はい、というわけで、フォーゴットンシティ、続きやっていこうと思います。続きというか、前回っていうか、昨日、一応エンディング2話見たんですよね。ですけど、エンディングが4つほどあるらしいんで、それをちょっと全部見ていこうかなと思います。で、最悪、ネタバレ見ながらやることになると思うんですけど、ご了承ください。というわけで、続きやっていきます。これコンティニューするとどっからになるんだろう。一応エンディング2話見たんだよな。エンディング1と3と4、どれ、まあ、グッドエンドってことじゃないけど、とりあえず1人は助けて、それで、あ、こっからになるのか。ここで戻って、これでもしかしたら、選択肢を変えれば、別のエンディングが見れるのかな。とでもエンディング回収なんで、
Behind me. I'm good. There won't. What?
これなんで見るか。
No. I hate you.
これで別の目標になるのか。ここから出れねえかな。開かねえか。これどこ行くんだ。向こうか。出口どこだこれ。出口どこだ。出口どこだっけ。なんか見つかったわ。こっちか。ちょっと失礼。セーブが入ったか。ちょっと失礼。はい、すいませんでした。とりあえずセンティウスと話せばいいのか。センティウスどこだ。センティウスを退治する。センティウスどこでいいの。
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortuna.
なんか会話変わる。
What now? Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
センティウスこいつか。
Are they? We're finally alone. We have? I must. Is that a? You broke it. Well, it seems you failed. Look, it's now. I assume. Me? You know, Al Worth.
こういう話になるのか。
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident.
これ前回見たな、なんか。
But I'm surprised you
会話は
hadn't
同じなの
noticed.
かな。
Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was, perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow.
いや、センシティブースじゃないです。センティウスです。
You showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 6 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own
これで
life.
別のエンディングが見れるのかな。
So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? And why would I agree to that? I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did.
いや、これどの選択肢が正しいかわかんねえな。正しいかっていうか、どの選択肢でどのエンディングに行くかわかんねえな。
What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
黄金律を破りそうな人物ってのはセンティウスのことだったってことか。だから、もうね、目標消えちゃってるか。だから、センティウスが誰が最も黄金律を破りそうな人間か探してこいって言ったけど、最も破りそうなやつはセンティウスだったってことか。センティウスだったっていうことなんだろうな。
Ave again. Did you? Certainly. May Fortuna guide you, although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
今日も多分つまんない配信になって、まあ面白い配信したことがあるかわかんないですけど、今日も多分つまんない配信になると思うんですけど、どうかご容赦ください。で、どれができるかな。とりあえずこれやってみるか。ギリシャの名盤はこれどこまでやったっけ。怒らしちゃったんだよな。これ行ってみるか。アウレリア。アウレリアって酒場の詐欺師か。
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Oh, you're here.
Still no
And
sign of
there's
Shangela.
some.
And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on
Oh,
yourself.
I see.
From what
You
I
prefer
hear,
the company.
nobody saw it.
Let's just.
Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed
Not
to
for a
worry
few
about
weeks
things you
now.
can't control.
No, I
Yeah,
remember because they kept
I keep
looking
thinking,
over their. The one
what if there
word
is
I
something
kept
I can
hearing
do?
was
What if she's
vanishing,
out there
and
somewhere
then
suffering,
the next
waiting to be
day,
found?
Kabash just
Sounds like you're torturing yourself.
disappeared.
Leave that for the gods.
Coincidence?
Try to relax.
I
Get
think
some rest.
not.
Tomorrow's a new day.
All right. See ya.
Suppose you're right.
で次はこっちじゃねえや。
Gracious.
ジョルジュース。あれここじゃねえな。どっちだ。こっちか。いたいた。
Greetings and salutations. Hello again. Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath us. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in, but do you know what I saw? Nothing! Nobody entered, and yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate.
あ
He went
あ、
in,
カバシは中に入ったってこ
by
とか、
this
最初
way,
に。
he was never seen again. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for two people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
で、次がデメテルの神殿。一回セーブしとくか。一回セーブしとくか。で、ここのどこだって？右側行って C を押してしゃがむ。オイルランプ。まあいいや。で、カバシュが、オートセーバー行った。暗いな。なんか彫像の頭だけねえな。ここから落ちたらどうなるんだ。カバシを見かけたから老人に聞く。あ、老人、誰かいるな。
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with
工
nobody
場の
to
名前
talk
教えてもらえねえのか。
but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute.
哲学
I'm
か。
hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly
いや、また長い話になるのか。
Good enough for me. Now, let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too.
we're the same then. It is probably
結局こいつ名前教えてくんねえのか。
But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see out there in the world,
外の世界を知っているこの人。
right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes
なんで外の世界知ってんだこの人。
So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people.
誰だこ
But
い
under
つ。
the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain
うわ
about the
この
difference
このダンジョン
between
謎解き
right
か。
and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing? Are you sure, or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in? So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right? I agree, but why?
わあ
Didn't
なん
you
か
just
哲
say
学だな。
right and
難しい
wrong
な。
depends on the individual?
これ選択肢ミスったか。
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense or
いやこれ
prevent
選択肢
a
難
greater
しいな。
For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can
全
be
金線
approached
か。昔ハマったなこれ。
because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
合ってたのかな。
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for
いやまた
company?
話長い話
It's
な
a
のか。
long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies.
ひろゆきになりたかったっていうそういうことなんだろうな。
Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunken mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with
そうですね。
all my skill,
そうですね。
I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still
いや、わかんないですけど、なんかまた別の展開になりましたね。
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've
ああ、
left in
こ
the
いつが
temple
デ
of
メテルの
Demeter.
神殿の供物
The
を
greater
漁ってたって
challenge
こ
is
と
the
か。
isolation. So I like to imagine arguments where I argue both sides. But like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. Huh. If I did, would I be living like this? Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha! You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter,
戦闘にな
there
る
are
のか。
certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans
Yeah.
came to the city, it was once
でもまあそうですね。
entirely Greek.
まあ
The
よくある話ですよね、なん
architecture
か。
temples.
どう考えてもその年齢
When
で
the
はないだろうっ
Romans
ていう
came
感じの人ってい
in
ますよね。
typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that
話
could
が
be.
入ってこうね。
Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined.
あ
I
あ、
think
そう
it
いう
is
解
best
釈な
you
のか。
head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
戦闘が始まるのかな。
I enjoyed our chat, but please keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
で、どこ行くんだ次。これどっから来たっけ？何もないここ。
Ah, you've returned.
そうですね。リーダー。他に押し座かな。特になんもねえな。戦闘になるの嫌だな。こっちは何かある？こっちはただ寝るところか。浴槽。こっちか。じゃあ上何があるんだ？
Ah, you've returned.
こっちは何があるんだ？ちょっと登れねえ。うわ、こっち道が続いてるけど、降りて大丈夫か？あ、これで繋がってるだけか。地下墓地。うわ、ダンジョンだな。バイオハザード風に改造してもよかったかもしれないんじゃないの？サバイバルホラーで。あ、でもそれだとあれか。このゲームの趣旨が変わっちゃうのか。暗いな。これが地下水道ってやつか。暗くて見えねえ。ライト。進めねえ。なんだこれ。壺。何の声？何の声これ？何の音？あ、こいつか。こっちは何があるんだ？反対側が成長されている。行くしかねえか、こっち。ここ降りていくのか。うるせえな。ここなんだここ。待って、死ぬ。おい。もういいや。漁るのはいいや。とりあえずまっすぐ行こう。なんだここ。こいつはカバシか？誰だこいつ。こいつがカバシか。あ、カバシってもともとエジプト人だったのか。
To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you?
申し訳ないけど日本人
to
だ。
return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore the honor of Osiris.
手に入れたか。なんか簡単に手に入ったな。
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to
マジかよ。
destroy it
いや、壊されたら困るんだけど。
because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? It has a name, and that is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti,
ああ、
they
歴史の話だ
renamed
な。
to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing
ああ、
Osiris'
そ
name.
ういう解釈ね。
But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss
いや、やめて
below
くれ。
in Osiris'
ああ、これ
name.
選択肢ミスったか。
You are too late.
マジ
It is
か。
done.
え
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
どっちにしろこうなんの？
If it will help you to see reason, then ask. I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kerti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kerti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead. This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me. I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me, for I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods. I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the
いやー、
underworld?
化け物がいんのかな。
Perhaps it is
戦闘になったら
infinite
嫌だな。
darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is it would be unwise to venture down there. Is everyone so contrary where you are from? Do not even consider it. Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. I urge you, return to the surface with the Romans. It will be safer for you.
行くか。大丈夫か、ここ。大丈夫か、まだ行くしかねえもんな。登れねえや。どっから登れる？こっからか。いや、なんか剣の音がするな。謎の名盤。あれもネルガル。第4の名盤を見つけたけど、あとは脱出するだけなんだけど、なんかね、セーブ入った。剣の音が聞こえるんだよな。でもゲームって作り方でこうも変わっちゃうんだな。これはただのアドベンチャーなんだけど、サバイバルホラー風に作ることもできたと思うんだけどな、このゲーム。俺が言ってもしょうがないことだけど。サバイバルホラー風に作っても面白かったと思うんだけどな。何の音？お、マジかよ。動けねえ。受けられた？あっぶねえ。あっぶねえな、あの野郎。何があったこっちに。何もねえよ。特に何もないよな、こっち。多分あれだろうな、この、なんかさっきから剣の音が聞こえるんだけど、こいつ倒さなきゃいけねえんだろうな。こっちは行けなくなったのか。そうですね。完全にエジプトの墓を荒らしてますもんね、これ。これサバイバルホラーで作って面白かった気がするんだけどな。まあ。なんのこれ？またかよ。こっちには何があるの？また水が出てきた。進めねえよ。なんかで、やばいとこ来たな。絶対ボスいるだろ。行くしかねえもんね。いや、カバーして倒さなきゃいけないのか。
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen, but if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
Yeah?
Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris? Blasphemous fool!
いや、ダメか。
You have sealed your own fate. Ha, good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall
いや、マジ
suffer
か。
for the sins of the one.
失敗したな、選択肢。どこ行けばいいのこれ。
We will die here
ちょっと登れる。揺れる揺れる。センティウスが登れねえ。どっから行くのこれ。暗い。こっちか。どこだこれ。出れた。どっちだ。道がわからん。こっち降りてきたとこだもんな。どっからのものだ。ここか。いやー、選択肢間違えたか。やべ、落ちちゃった。セーブ入った。うん。いや、これ選択肢正しかったのかな。どっちだ。ここか。ああ、しゃんでた。くそ、道がわかんねえ。こっちか。なんとか戻れたけど、これ選択肢正しかったのかな。戻ってこれた。またこの会話か。
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. Yulia? Oh. Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Alright, got it.
ガレリウス便利なやつだな。
Alright, let me see. Stop. I'll go, but once...
さて、じゃあウルピルスを助けに行くか。とりあえず金あるよな。金3800あるから、多分助けられると思うの。ちょっと飲み物作ります。ちょっと失礼。今日多分12時過ぎてもやってるかもしれないです。とりあえず全部のエンディング見るまでやってるかもしれないです。はい、というわけで、行くか。
Ixion turns.
聞こえるけど、どこにいる？
Did you know I was headed in there?
No time to explain.
ガレリウス頑張ってるな。こいつエクイティアか。
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
ここじゃねえよな。どこだっけ、ウルピルス。最悪ウィキ最悪ネタバレ見るんで、そういうの嫌いな人は本当すいません。で、ここに来てウルピルスを助けなきゃいけないんだけど。
I'm welcome. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you...
I know. Please.
I'm sorry.
Please help. Thank you.
You... Well, you don't understand. It's too... If I back... Oh, that was... Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to
やっ
work
と
for you
話が
then.
進んだな。
You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers? It seems today we are both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
で、ちょっと待って。あなたの助けが必要って。こうやってついていかなきゃいけないのか。ちょっと待って。こいつ助けが必要って言われたけど、こいつについていかなきゃいけないのかな。どこ行くんだこいつ。
A golden
Yulia.
bow, just like
I'm so
Apollo
glad you
and
didn't go
Diana.
through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
いや、俺なんですけど。
That's
いや、
incredible.
俺なんですけど。
Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
で、ウルピルス話そう。
Shalom. You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them.
ウルピウスいいやつだ
I
な。
can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins? A lot of good it did me, and that family. I sometimes wonder what happened to them. I don't, but even if I did, I'm not going
これ
anywhere.
センティラトの彼氏
unfinished business.
センティラト付き合ってたんだっけ
Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I guess you're looking for a pithy summary? You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about it? Not my god. That's for sure. Thanks. I just wish there was a way to find out. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me. All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
はい、ちょっとすいません。ちょっとお湯、コーヒー作ります。コーヒー作るっつってもな、俺豆からひいてコーヒー作ったことって、コーヒー入れたことってないんだよな。やっぱ豆から作った方が美味しいのかな。基本味音痴なんだよな、俺。でもね、俺コーヒーでね、酸味が強いコーヒーっていうのがあんま好きじゃないんだよな。苦味が強い方が好きなんだけど、たまにあるんだよな、酸味が強いコーヒーって。あれちょっと苦手なんだよな。はい、すいません、失礼いたしました。では次行くか。オクタビア、どれだっけ？これ行くか、ギリシャのよ。確か。
A golden bow, just like Apollo in the world.
彼女が導く。どっちこいつか。
Hello? Hello?
どれだっけ？なんかで選択間違えたんだよな。
But it's mine. And well, like, yeah. My name's You're going to let me out? Oh. Gold? You mean treasure? My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend.
ここは見たな。
Bye bye.
で、次、あれ、クイズ、どういった？何したらいいんだっけ？ ガレリウスか。これやんなきゃいけねえんだけど。こっちやるか。ただこれどうすりゃいいの？まあでもウルピウスと誰だっけ、あいつのしたことウルピウスとかあいつら奴隷にしてなんかやってるってこと？ 2 個放たなきゃいけないの？
A new face. See you again.
とりあえずアウレリア、あいつと繋がってる、マウレリスがあいつと繋がってるってことを伝えなきゃいけないんだけど、どこにいるあいつ？どっから行くんだっけ？だからただ奴隷にしてこぎ使ってただけっていうのは多分無理ダメなんだよな。だからあいつがなんか変なアウレリアだっけ、あの女とつるんで、それでなんか悪さしてたよってことを伝えなきゃいけないんだ。だからあいつのとこ行かなきゃいけないんだよな。アウレリアのとこ行って、どこだアウレリア？ここか？ここか。
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
取り込み中ってどういうこと？
Would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades,
まだダメか。
imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
放てるか。
Ah, you're here, and there's some. How?
これダメになった。この選択肢はダメか。じゃあ一回タイムトラベル起こすか。どこだっけ？とりあえずアウレリアのなんか盗めば多分。どれだっけ鍵。どっかに盗めるもんがあったらね、動けないのって言われてもちょっと待ってね。助けたいのは山々なんだけど、その前にやらなきゃいけないことが。どうだっけ？内部屋のチェスト。なんか手に入れた。内部屋のチェスト。なんか手に入れたけど。これは大丈夫なのか？違う、こっちじゃないの？他のやつ。ちょっと待って、まだなんかあるな、ここ。これはまあよくあるな。ルクレティアのチェスト。じゃあこれもうないかな。じゃあこれ盗んじゃって。
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
どこだっけ？いや、こっち違うな。なんか全然違うとこ来ちゃった。全然違うとこ来ちゃった。どこだ？ちょっとわかんねえや。帰り道がわかんねえ。変なとこ来ちゃったな。どっから出るんだっけ？どっから出るんだっけ？こっちか。はい。はい、というわけで再びタイムトラベルで、また同じことしなきゃならないのか。
All right, I'll go.
でだ、ここ使えるかな。向こうからしか一方通行か。そうや、サンド・オブ・ザ、まあ、昨日も言ったけど、サンド・オブ・ザ・フォレストもね、もう一回やってみたいんだよな。今度はハードモードで。
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my
こ
tavern.
いつと話し
Oh,
て。
you're here. And there's some. What was the? Let's just. You know. Straight to business. As a matter, I'm happy to serve. Well, I can't tell you too much. Simple. I think. Well, I can't. Ha! Certainly.
Tantalus.
Have you met
Catch the drops of water.
I hear that.
And the tree you grasp.
There used to be a midwife here, Naevia. Fortunately for Centilla, the magistrate. How can we trust him to go? I heard Dacius has been off. Have you seen the way Rufus? But then, what? I hear Galerius has a thing for Equitia, but of course she's a Vestal priest. Why do silly boys? I hear there are some.
こいつ噂すげえな、
I've
噂
already
話。
told you everything. All right.
結局ダメか。じゃあアウレリスじゃなくてなんだっけ、あいつのとこ行って直接行って話するしかねえな。どこだっけ。あいつと決着をつけないといけないんだけど、どこだっけあいつ。またここか。もう金ねえや。今話してももう金ねえからな。いやこれミスったか。ちょっとセーブからやり直すか。一回ちょっとセーブからやり直そう。どこまでやったっけ。これはどっからだっけ。オートセーブさっきのか。あいつが生きてる世界線に行きたいんだけど、金いくら足りねえな。ちょっと一回ちょっとめんどくさいけどやりますか。これはこれ同じやつか。これはこれどこだっけ。どっからだっけこれ。金持ってねえやこれ。どこまでやったとこだっけ。ウルピウスを助けたところだっけ。
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
ウルピウスを助けた状態で多分あいつに話しかけないとまずいんだろうから、ウルピウスが助かってってくれればいいんだけど、このセーブデータかな。ちょっとかなり前からやりなさいとダメかな。
Citizen.
このセーブデータだとあいつは助かってるから。死んだ。あ、そうか。あいつが助かった後だとここから飛び降りちゃいけないんだ。ウルピウスを助けた状態だと入り口から入んないといけねえんだな。ここどこだ。どっから入るんだっけ。ってかあいつの家どこだっけ。ここだっけ。ここか。で、あいつを助けた状態だとこっちから入るしかねえんだ。
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? Well, why? You are acting. What? Don't talk. How? Nonsense. This is. I don't know how you know about. And now.
これもダメか。何か選択肢があるの。ちょっともう一回直そう。セーブじゃねえ。どれだ。こっちかな。何か情報が足りねえのかな。悪評を集めきれてねえのかな。これやんなきゃダメかな。
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
まだガレージ仕事中か。あ、来た。
Salve again, friend. How is... you're a... Sisyphus was a Greek. He was forcing him to stop. Tantal... Oh. Anyway, I don't know which god... So, I'll tell you what. Oh, now, I'm going to keep you... Oh, and if...
ちょっと待って、お前に話があるんだ。
Salve again, my Sisyphia. Now, I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary treasure. Now a magistrate accused him of being a thief. That's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. But Sentius really has it in for him, for some reason. And how could you... Oh, wait. You've seen it in another time loop, haven't you? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal? I can't see how... Even I... Well... Alright.
これでいいのかな。
Alright, friend.
これで降りればマウレラスを降ろさなきゃいけないんだけど、 これどうすりゃいいんだろうな。
A golden
全員に話さなきゃ
bow,
いけないのかな、また。
just like Apollo. That's a.
Sorry, was there... If that's your... I know what...
なんでか有利に怒られた。
A golden bow, just like Apollo.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on... Hello there, friend. Are you well, stranger? Malleolus. Malleolus. Certainly. Very well.
いや、ダメか。センティウス。
A golden bow. Feeling all right? A sit but's abs. Sure. Glad. That's.
なんとか鍵かかってる。あいつの悪評か。消してるな。あいつの家に忍び込むしかねえのかな。
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
こいつの悪評っていうか、何かを見つけないとダメなのか、それとも選択肢で選択次第で大丈夫になるのか、何か見つけないといけないのかな。こいつの家になんか不利になるようなもん。これもうウィキ見ちゃおうかな。ウィキっていうかネタバレ見ちゃおうかな。もうちょっと難しいなこれ。だってこいつ自分で考えろって言ってるからな。誰だか知らないけど、まあ多分ペルセポネなんだろうけど。だからもしかしたらもうこれってあと話しかけて、これ選択肢を間違えなければできるっていうことなのかな。話しかけてみるか。
Did you just scale? Well, why? You are acting very strange.
でもこれ。
How? I don't know how you know. And now.
いや、これもダメか。選択肢間違えてんのかな。ちょっともう一回やろうと。どれだっけ？これだっけ
？Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy.
ここになるの
I
か。
know when I'm not wanted.
ガ
May
レ
fortune
リース。
smile on you, friend.
ちょっと待って。
Now, I've bounced, but for because well, if well, but even I could. All right, friend. Hope you've.
でだ、これどうすりゃいいんだろうな。まあアレオグラスの悪評を集めなくてはって書いてあるけど、これ悪評なあ。エクイティアか。こいつなんか。
A new fa- It must be complete. It'll be. Why do I I like the idea, but I know it was only yesterday that he said so. I suppose if you'd like to see.
どうやったら
I like it was so. Certain. It'll be why all of the. Well, but if it by using. You can. As I. Yes, very well.
いやこれ洗濯機ミスったかな。一回ループしないとダメなのかもしれないけど、金がねえんだよなもう。ウルピウスを助けたい。
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
とりあえずこれについていって。また金集めなきゃいけないのかな。まあ、金は盗めば手に入るから別にいいんだけど。一回これを見ないといけないんだろうな多分。奥何があるんだ。特に何もねえのか。金あるじゃん。
We have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's.
これで2000あるからもう一回ルピウスを救える。
Candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sentius.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. But it seems we have a draw. In the absence of a clear consensus, Sentius shall continue as acting magistrate until a new election is held, 1 month from today.
My fellow citizens, today you have sent me a message, and I want you to know I have heard it loud and clear. I vow to spend the next month winning back your trust. Thank you for this opportunity, and may the gods watch over you.
You, a new arrival, whatever your name is. You're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes cap and murder foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is gonna be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
Out of my way!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
センティウス。
Hide!
あ、いけねえ。あー、飛び降りたら死ぬな。ああいうことが起こってたのは分かったんだけど、どうすればマレオラスを選挙から引きずり下ろせるのか。こっちじゃねえな、こっちか。悪評を集めるか。ジップライン。骨によってるアイテムなし。とりあえずウルピウスを助ける前に何とかしなきゃいけないのかな。
Salve. Oh. Yulia. Alright, let me... But how did... I'll go.
でもうこれ金なくなっちゃったからな。これ1回しかできないんだよな。ここで1回セーブしといて、でこのデータでなんとかやるしかねえな。このデータのうちになんとかアウレリアもな、こいつもな、話してもしょうがねえんだよな。
Ah, you're here. And there's Ugh. Let's just... Ugh, let's... You know... I'll get... As a matter... I'm happy to... So... Well, perhaps you could take out a loan.
これを多分やんなきゃいけないんだよな。で、これで、この話を受けて、でマレオラスに金を借りに行けばいいの。どこだ、マレオラスの館。金持ってない状態でマレオラスに、ところに行かなきゃいけないのか。で、この状態でマレオラスに金を借りなきゃいけないんだ。
Deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
まだ話しかけられないか。
Deeply honored. And now.
で、俺何の鍵持ってるアイテム？なんか変な鍵持ってたよな。アウレリアのチェストの鍵。これなんだろうな、プロセード。何に使うんだろう、これ。アウレリアのチェストの鍵。やってみる価値は、やってみる価値はあるけど、それで黄金率が働いたら俺はもう、またセーブデータやり直さないといけないんだよな。アウレリアってどこいたっけ？こっちじゃねえか。で、アウレリアのチェスト。
49 melodies fetch a game with incessant labor.
アウレリアの部屋ってどこだっけ？
The water they have
上か。
lost.
Well, isn't that a big long... You stay away from my money!
まあこれ盗むしかねえんだな。ちょっと待って、一回やり直そう。セーブする前にコンセーブだっけ。コンセーブじゃないな。もう一個前か。コンセータかな。で、これで一回ループさせる。
Of course. All right.
で、一回ループさせるから。どこだっけ。どこだっけ。アウレリアム。で、一回これをループさせないといけないから、こっちじゃねえや。
Handsome, you stay away from my money.
で、これをまず読んで、で、アイテム盗む。で、ついたから、
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
はい、ポイセンティウス。遅えよ、あいつ。早く来い、早く来い。
Come and give me another day in order.
一回やり直して。で、これでよしと。これで一回セーブして、で、これで多分いけるはず。
Salve, friend.
いや、まず、先にこれだけで、ウルピウスを助けない状態で、あいつをはめることってできんのかな。どこだあいつ。あいつの家。ここだっけ。こうか。
Keep an eye out for Santilla, would you? How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and
Did you just... Well... Ha! What? Don't talk... How? Nonsense! I don't know. And no...
あ、これじゃねえ。選択間違えた。ごめん。ちょっと待って、もう一回やり直して。リゼロをさらにリゼロするという、すごい話になってるけど。まずこいつは、はい、これで置いといて。で、どこだっけ。
The 49 melodies fetch again.
これアイテム持ってるよな、俺。デナリウスは持ってて、アウレリアム日記。これどうするの？先にアウレアスに話しかけなきゃいけねえのかな。ちょっと待って、わかんなくなっちゃった、帰り道。
A fellow traveler.
こっちじゃねえや。
The 49 melodies fetch again.
Handsome. Ah, you're here. And this.
They have lost.
What was. Let's just. Ugh. You know, I'm happy, sir. Ha! It's hardly. You know, I'm happy, sir. Sim, I think.
いや、こいつじゃないのかな。
Ha! Certainly. Have you? All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head.
アウレリアは意味ないか。じゃあ、とりあえず、なんだっけ、もうわかんねえや、名前。あいつのとこ行かねえとな。で、これで多分、いけると思うんだけどな。アウレリアの手紙見たから。選択さえ間違えなければ多分いけると思うんだけどな。これを見せつければ多分。
Keep an eye out for Santilla, would you?
てか、話し上げるのダメか、また。
What is it, citizen? All right.
あ、ダメか。一回。
What now? Not that unfold. See the send this. Hey, if you think you can do in any case, if you're in, not unfold. See the send this. I suppose. All right.
こいつを説得すればいいのかな。ちょっと失礼。あ、すいません。すいません。ちょっとすいません。なんかみんな配信始めたな。ちょっとすいません。はい、すいません。
He's not here. Dunno. The little cap at murder escaped earlier this morning. Tell him the punishment he gets. Whatever.
ルートが違うのかな。
On your best behavior, I trust.
ティウス、誰かに話しかけて悪評を集めるか。じゃあこれあれか。一回ループさせる前に戻った方がいいか。一回。まあ、金はいっぱい手に入ったから。で、これで一回こいつ話して。
Salve. You? Oh, all right. I'll.
でだ。この状態で、今金いくら持ってる ?2220。もう一回できるな。
I love your clothes.
で、アウレリアの噂話。
Oh, you're here. And this. Let's just. So, they. What? Some. All right.
The 49 melodies fetch again.
まずこれをなんとかしないといけないんだけど。道示してくんねえんだもんな。悪評を集めるって言われてもな。
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
ちょっとすいません、トイレ行ってきます。すいません。 はい、すいません、失礼いたしました。もういいかな。まだか。こいつ話しても意味ねえんだよな。
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
街の人にまた話しかけなきゃいけないのかな。悪評を集めるか。誰がマウなんとかに選挙投票するって言ったっけ。
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You
うちの道は違うんだよね、確か。
Imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant. 結局戻ってきちゃった。
Rest up, get your strength back.
Welcome.
We'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will. Sorry, and was there some... Our priestess, but if that... I mean, I've seen Malleolus. They've got people... Really? Then I hope fortune smiles on you, friend. Our priestess, but I mean, they've got... I doubt it. I suppose... but I mean, they've got... Alright.
畜生、悪評集めらんねえな。どこ行ったあいつ。もう一人のあいつ。ウルピウスどこ行ったあいつ。どっか行っちゃった。
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. Malleolus, of course. Whatever.
こいつは説得できねえな。ウルピウスあいつどこ行った？
Citizen.
Be careful who you trust.
ここはなんだ。金回収。
Salve.
大神殿の扉で、ウルピウスあいつどこ行った？
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
.選択肢を間違えなければいいのかな。
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Thank you.
とりあえず選択肢全部試してみるしかねえか。
Deeply honored to have been. Did you just, well. What? Don't talk. How? Nonsense. I don't know. And
いや、これもダメか。これでもう一回やり直すか。もう一回ループはできるから。
How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkus? If I cop... What now? Malleolus, of course. Whatever.
町の人たちと話さないとダメなのかな。
A golden bow. Feeling all right? That's
Salve and well. All right.
それは男性にしか選挙権ってねえんだっけ。
Greetings and salute. Greetings. That my friend. Nothing. I hope that.
誰に話しかけても多分変えないんだろうな、投票先は。
Hello there, friend. Malio. Very well.
誰か一人でも。こいつなんか忙しそうだな。
Hey, Virgil. How much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city.
なんかいろいろ手に入るな。
We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
これ調べてなかったな。なんか新しいミッションが出たけど、マルウラスも話しかけらんねえもんな。これが必要だったのかな。でも多分あいつも話してくんねえよな、多分。
Get out of my.
やっぱダメか。ちょっと一回やり直すか。間違えた。セーブじゃねえ。オートセーブじゃなくて。どれだっけ？これだっけ？ここに来るのはいいんだけど。で、これやって、で、こいつから噂話全部聞いちゃって、聞く必要もねえかもしんないけどな。これ意味あんのかな。
All right. See ya.
いい、どういうことですか。で、これがよくて、あとあいつ風呂場どこだっけ。 これだっけ、クローバ
No time to explain. Go.
Alright, I'll be in my bakery.
ー。で、これをちょっと待たなきゃいけないんだよな。で、あいつが入ってくるから。で、暗殺者が自滅してくれるのを待って。で、あいつが崩れて、で、こいつからで、これが必要になるんだ。
Salve, Rufus. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Thank you.
マジか。死にかけた。
Deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
体力って自然回復するのかな。
Elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little stirkers? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
まだかな、あいつ。
How come you're allowed a weapon?
あ、体力自然回復するんだ、これ。どういうこと？話しかけられた。
Did you just scale the well? My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person
どういうこ
with the
と？
condition.
それあれですか？サンド・オブ・ザ・フォレストのことですか？
I like to think it is simply the way the
サン
gods
ド・オ
have
ブ・フォレスト
chosen
もね、
to
ほんと
mark
もう
and
一回やりたいんだよ
match
な、あ
your
れ。
ruler.
みんなもうやめちゃったけども、バイオ4ばっかりで。
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
まだ足りないか。
Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't. What?
これは無理だよな。
Don't talk nonsense. How?
エペの話か。
Nonsense. This I don't. And
何か足りないんだな、マレオラスを引き取りすのは。選択間違えたかな。もう一回やり直すか、アウルピウス。
Don't believe a word they tell you.
そうなの。
Shalom, friend. Sentius. All right, friend.
What now? Malleolus? What?
どうしようかな。何か選択肢。何かクエストが必要なんだよな。ちょっとこれやるか。まだなんかクエスト発生してねえのかな。
Name's Wolfie. Centius. Fine. See you.
それともただ単純に選択肢を間違えただけなのかな。
I hope you're coping.
Salve, friend. I'm welcome to life. That's good if you're well. We've all been where you. I still. Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you. That's all I'll say.
どっちがいいのかな。選ぶしか
What
ね
you're
え
doing
か。
is disgusting, and it's not going to work. Shame on you. Even if I. Ah,
ダメか。どうすりゃいいんだじゃあ。オクタビアの家か。秘密の祠に供に仕向ける。どうやればいいのこれ。秘密の祠。
what you did. Here in but. Oh, I would. If you like. I'm afraid I don't. If that. Oh, I see. Well, that does. I'd like it on and that. You don't think in a. There was a. Even if I had. I'd like it on and that. If that. I'd like it on and that. You don't in a. If that's. Even if I had seen it and. What you're do. Ah.
どうすりゃいいのかな。秘密の。こいつを動かさなきゃいけないのかな。まだなんか。ちょっと、どっち行けばいいのこっちっていうか、俺今何のクエストやってんだろう。とりあえずこいつに従っていくしかねえな。
Citizen.
Be careful who you trust.
Oh? こいつ
A new face. Are they? Oh my. Let's eat her sis and so. It's a and all. As I'll admit, you do seem different. So, if you want, who knows? But first, you'd need an audience with The problem is, it looks as if you. It's the how. As I'm the it is if the truth. Then can you tell me truly? Ah, but unfortunately.
と待って。
As I, if then can you? Ah, but as I'm the it, if this true, can you?
どれだっけ？
True, ah, but May 4.
あれどれだっけ？
I'm quite. I would. I sub. I'm. I don't. So. Shh. I'll. So, but for the. It. If you. It's. メイフォーチュー。
いや、わかんねえな。秘密の祠ってここだろ？違うか。
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well, it's your funeral.
もう一回。ダメか。
What now? Whatever.
もう一回。
What now?
なんかこう遠藤さんこれ始めてますね。
What?
これはそろそろネタバレを見ないとダメかな。
On your best behavior, I trust.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
どっかになんかあんのかな。この家漁ったっけ？センティウスがいたろ。センティウスはまあどうでもいいんだけど。金だもんな。
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it.
どうすりゃいいのかな。
On your best behavior, I trust.
またこっちか。この家になんかあんのかい？あ、なんかある。でも盗むしかねえよな。祈りを捧げる場所が必要な場合は、劇場の裏手にある。まあ、金はもらわないけど。で、次どこだって？劇場って。
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
あ、そうなんだ。俺見つけたの。とりあえず4つエンディングがあるらしいんですよね。こっちそのうちの2番目のエンドは見たんですけど、こっちか。どっち？こっちか。逆？どっち？こっち？ あ、いた。これか、ローマの名盤。石の円盤。オクタビアの後をつけ。あ、クエストクリアしたわ。で、あとやらなきゃいけないクエストはこれなんだよな。マレオラスとクイーンクティス。これやるか。マジでみんなバイオハザードやってんな。これあれか、俺もこの乗るしかないこのビッグウェーブに的な展開でやんなきゃいけねえのかな。いや、俺も乗った方がいいのかな、バイオ4。つったって俺、バイオシリーズ1しかやったことねえからな。しかももうだいぶ前にやったから忘れてんだよな。あと何すればいいんだ。誰かに話しかければ済むのかな。マレオラスとクイーンクティウスという名前を関連付ける証拠。これどうすればいいんだろうな。こいつに話を聞かなきゃいけなかったのかな。こいつが生きているっていう。ってことはまたループしなきゃなんねえのか。じゃあループさせるか。とりあえず。でもね、バイオシリーズね、1はね、謎解きが面白かったからよかったんですけど、なんかちょっとバイオ4の配信とかも見たんですけど、もう完全にアクションゲームになっちゃってて、なんかね、謎解きっていう感じのがなくなってきちゃったんですよね。あれが俺、ちょっとなぁと思って。いまいちですよね。1からやった方がいいんだろうけど。なんかね、だから俺、アクションゲームとかも別に嫌いじゃないんだけど、どっちかっつうとあれなんだよな、謎解きっていうか、こういう風になんかいろいろ探索して、で遊ぶっていう感じのゲームが好きなんだよな。ですよね。がっつりしたアクションじゃなくて、普通になんか謎解きっていう感じの話の方が好きなんだよな。とりあえずあれか、盗んじゃうか。盗んじゃって。
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
どっから行くんだっけ。そうですよね。もうバイオ1はいろいろあれだったんだよな。革命的ってわけでもないけど、こいつ何も持ってねえんだもんな。そう。もう最初の衝撃っていうのもあったんだけど、いきなりゾンビが人食ってるっていう、あれもね、すごかったんですけど。で、ちょっと待って。で、あいつと話しなきゃいけないわ、暗殺者と。
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone.
風呂場ってどこだっけ。 まあファビアはどうでもいいんだけど。
Are you done?
はい、さよなら。で、こいつに用はねえんだよな。
The shrine is collapsing.
で、あいつに用なくて、俺が用があるのはこいつなんだよ。
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you best make sure our paths don't cross again.
で、これでこいつの後ついてって、マレオラスがどうなるか。話せねえのか。足遅えな、もっと走ってやってくんねえかな。
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
で、こいつがマレオラス殺した瞬間にまたあれ始まっちゃうのかな、タイムループが。ドミティウスが起きてるな。こいつと戦うのかな。
What now?
I'm here for Malleolus. Who might you be?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Then go through you, I shall.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
あ、凍っちゃったよ、こいつ。凍ったっていうか、センティウス。じゃあ、あの選択肢じゃダメってことか。なんか別の選択肢が出るのかな。で戻りましたと。これで何回目か分かんないけど。でね、ちょっとごめんな。でまたあの風呂場に行ってこいつはどうでもよくて。
The shrine is collapsing.
こいつとの会話でなんか選択肢が増えたりするのかな。
Stop right there. I'm not sure. So is that a... You are not off. I would... Do you have any last words? You'd... Now, once I'm done with... And I can...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
一回試してみよう。一回死んだらどう、これで死んだらどうなるんだろう。一回試してみたかったんだよな。俺死んだらどうなるんだろう。こうなるだけか。別に特殊なエンディングが、特殊っていうかバッドエンドってわけでもねえのか。あ、こっからか。ちょっとここじゃねえな。もうちょっと待って。これだっけ？これどこのデータだこれ。わかんねえや。ちょっと。このデータかな。ああ、倒せないんですけど、これじゃねえな。どれだ？これか？またここか。結局これなんだよな。これなんだよな。これ見つけたいんだけど。証拠か。でもこいつ、導いてくんねえんだよな。
Salve, friend. All right.
なんか証拠があるのかな。何があるんだろう、証拠って。誰に聞けばいいんだろうな。
Ah, you're here. And this. Oh, this. So. Have you. They.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
All right.
ルックレ、とりあえずあれか。あいつの屋敷当たらなきゃダメのか。
Would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my.
Don't you just love springtime?
They follow their tricks. Are they?
Keep an eye out for Centilla, would you?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
こいつの屋敷を漁ればいいのかな。まあ、何かを盗むんだろうけど。証拠ね。ウルピウス、これは関係ないもんな。これでもない。どっかになんかあるんだろうけど。こいつの部屋どこだろうな、マレオラスの部屋。さあ、俺2回上がったことなかったな、こいつの家の。誰の声？あかね。こんなとこあったのか。どうやって開けるんだろう、ここ。誰かが泣いている。どっから行くんだろう、あそこ。上か、位置的に。こっち。一回登って、ちょっ 登れない。で、位置的にここなんだよな。この部屋なんだよな。どこから入るとこねえかな。ここから入れねえ。こっちじゃねえな。どこだっけ。あの部屋か。この部屋入れねえかな。ダメだ、入れねえや。あの部屋じゃねえな。この部屋か。どこから入るとこねえかな。どっかに入れる場所。なんもねえの。鍵か。特になんもねえな。こっちの建物入れなかったっけ。
Oi! On your best behavior, I trust.
こっちの建物はあれか、センティウスの建物か。
Ugh, this place has become. Ugh, I wish. I trust.
Keep an eye out for Centilla, would you?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
鍵がどっかにあんのかな。
Did you just scale? Well. Don't talk. Nonsense. I don't know. And now.
もうこれはどうでもいいや。鍵がどっかにねえかな。あの部屋に入る鍵が見つかりゃいいんだけど、もしくは入る方法があれば。位置的にどこだ。あっちか。どうやったら入れるんだろうな、ここ。あ、いたいた。誰がいた。誰？
I'm not supposed to
クラウディ
be in
ア。ああ、嫁さんか。
Talk. What? My marital affairs. I think a better question is why I have quite enough preferably. I think the dainty little thing from next. Well,
もうダメか。
do I need to call Domitius?
じゃあまあ、とりあえずなんか盗んで、もう一回ループするか。金いっぱいあるな。金いただきます。
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
It's almost as if you're trying to extend my lifespan.
こいつなんか持ってねえかな。何も持ってねえんだよな。なんかありそうな気するけど。 でやり直しと。ちょっとごめんな。今はまだ話してる言わない。とりあえずルクレディアに会わなきゃいけねえんだ。で、あの部屋はどうすりゃ開くんだろう。時間が経てば勝手に開くのかな。
All weapons are to be tossed into the
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
あ、いたいた。
I'm not supposed to. I should. This is outrageous.
で、これでもダメか。
Why are you still? Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? To withdraw? Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate? You must think me quite mad.
これでもダメか。
Demetrius!
じゃあまた盗むか。ここ盗むもんねえよ。あ、まだ盗めるわ。
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
これ何回かのループ回数でなんかエンディング変わっちゃうのかな。あんまりもっと早い段階でループっていうかクリアしないとダメっていうことなんかあんのかな。早くしろ。ちょっとコーヒーを入れます。で戻ってきましたと。これループ回数でなんか変わるのかな、エンディング。ってことは、最初からやり直さないといけないってことになるのかな。
The 49 melodies fetch again.
On your best behavior, I trust?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Talk. You know, now but oh, it seems our interests are. But first, I need you to do something for me. I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out? Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counselling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it. You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room, and Domitius is right outside the villa, because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm
ワイング
aware.
ラスを探してこいってこと
Getting it
か。
won't be easy. So, your help? Thank you.
あれ俺もワイン持ってたの
Here's
か
the letter.
なんか手に入れた。なるほどね。
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
What?
He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know. Another copy. No, 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 no! This can't be happening. What? No. You tricked me. You
どの
mendacious
選択肢があってたんだ
circus. It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down. I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
なんかえらいこと言われたな。まあいいや、これでこいつマレオラスは失墜すると思うんだけど。はい。
Did you just scale the wall to my...
名前変わってるな、クインクティウス
Why
に。
risk life? I... so... It finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you... what? One of Nero's assassins? So... you're not going to kill me? So much work for nothing. Oh, if I do it, you'll let me live? Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
これで OK か。次。こいつガレオレス。この前に一回ループさせちゃうか。多分もういろいろ準備はできたから。
Domitius, are you listening?
一回ループさせちゃって。で、金もらうね。金いただきます。
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
ループさせる意味もあんまねえんだけど。こっちじゃねえや。 はい、すいません。それではちょっとコーヒーを入れます。でだ、そろそろ準備できたから、こいつに金渡して。いや、いや、入れさせてください。すいません。
Alright. What? I'll go.
で、あとガレリウスが用事を終わらせてくれるまで待てばいいんだけど、まあ、それまで暇だから、ちょっと休憩。ちょっとコーヒーを入れます。これであと手に入れてない名盤ってどれだ？ギリシャの名盤は、これはもうすぐ手に入るから、あと何が持ってない名盤。ガチョの卵なんか意味あったのかな？エジプトの名盤、シュメールの名盤、アポロの星のローマの名盤。だからあと、そうだからあとギリシャの名盤だから、これさえ終われば、もう多分クリアっていうか、真のエンディングにたどり着けるはずなんだけど、真っていうかトゥルーエンドか。ただな、ラスボスがなんかな、ブルートっていうか、ハーデスっていうか、なんかラスボスがいそうなんだよな、これ。戦闘とかな、やりたくねえんだけど。一応武器はまあ、金の矢と金の弓と普通の弓を持ってるんだけど。そうですね。まあこのゲーム的に言ったら、パーですからペルセポネを解放したらクリアっていう感じなんだろうけど、ペルセポネがどれかわかんないんだよな。多分この声の主は多分ペルセポネだと思うんだけど。勝手にセーブ入ったな。で、暇になったかな、まだ忙しい？いや、まあそうですけど。ガレリウスは暇になった？ガレリウスどこ行ったあいつ。これ。どこにいるあいつ。あ、いたいた。
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded.
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
まだ忙しいのかこいつ。
Citizen.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Yulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
でまだダメか。でも街中にジップラインなんて貼ってあったのかな。で終わったか。
Yulia, I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to.
まだダメか。
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back. And we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
で話せない。まだ話せない。まだダメか。
Don't believe a word they tell you.
ティウス、あいつの話が多いな。
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek. He was forced... Oh. Anyway, so... Oh. Oh. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although... Oh, and if our conversation...
よし、で、これで、彼がせんか。あー、今度これか。免許で勝てるようにしなきゃいけないのか。とりあえず、
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana.
Salve. Hello there, friend. Sent. Yeah? Certainly. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
金で動きやがった。まあ世の中金ですよね。当然ですよ、これは。世の中金ですから。
Ah, a new face. I hear. Galerius, definitely. All right.
で、これでよくて、で、あと他のやつ、何だっけ？こっちはどうでもよくて、こいつか。
Ah,
ジョル
a
チウ
fellow
ス。
traveler. Greetings. My Gallery. But of course.
これであと、他にいたっけ誰か。あとドミトゥースとホラティウスか。
Isn't the great temple
How
majestic?
come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? What now? I'm not.
投票しねえの。
Whatever.
ホラ
Don't believe a word they tell you.
こいつも選挙権あったよな。
Shalom, friend. Galerius. All right.
で、こいつは多分無理だろうな。
What is it, citizen? Not that it's any. All right.
で、これでもまだダメか。あと他に誰かいたっけ？あとどうすりゃいいんだ？
Are they? A new face. It must be. It'll be. Why do you? All of the male. Well, but if it's by using whatever. I'm. As I said. Well. As you would. Certain. See you again.
あと誰かいたっけ？センティウスはあいつ選挙権ねえから無理だから。あと誰かアンスも取れてるよな多分。誰かいたっけまだ。
Don't believe a word they tell you.
うん。こいつは無意味だろう。どうだ、センティウスにこいつは無理だか
How
ら。
come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Leave me be.
こいつもダメか。これでもまだダメなの。あと誰に話せばいいんだろう。うん。
I'm not supposed to be. Domitius, this is outrageous.
これダメか。で、あと誰だ？まだ話してない。選挙権を持ってるのが男性。
Isn't the great temple majestic?
こいつは話してるな。
Name's Galerius. Fine. See you.
他に話してない。
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Feeling all right? That's a.
で、あと選挙権持ってるやつって誰だ？
Shiny. Salve and well. All right.
Hello there, friend. Wow. Oh well, let me know if you change.
Very well.
Hello? Hello? Do you love... like... I don't... Yeah. Bye bye.
マレオラスじゃないわ。ガレリウスに投票してもらうようにするには、あと誰に話しかけりゃいいんだ。誰がいたっけ？なんだこれ。これでもいいと思うんだけどな。まだミッション達成できないのか。どうすりゃいいんだろうな。とりあえず選挙始めちゃうかも。一回選挙始めちゃって、それで OK かな。なんかもうこれでエンディングになりそうだから、一回セーブしとくか。で、
it'll be what? As I said. Very well.
Citizens,
で、これで
it
どう
is
なるか。
time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
まあもう一回ループすることになるんだろうな。こいつらは説得したもんな、4人。こいつも説得したもんな。さて、これでエンディングが始まっちゃうのかな。
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens,
で、これでどうなる？で、これで、ギリシャの名盤が手に入るよな。あの場所どこだっけ？こっちか。あっちか。あれ、こっちじゃない。
サルベ。
開けてくんないとダメか。原点。まだ終わってない目標があるな。
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georges I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Yeah, Dooley.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Oh, thank you. You can have my and maybe you could. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, but before that, he told me. He gave me a key to the cisterns. Please help me find it. Oh, thank you. I hope you find it. In the cisterns, way up high. Oh, look over there. Something shiny.
あ、もしかして。
Maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself.
違うのか。じゃあ次上層シスターンってどこ？
And it's just lying out here.
ん？こっちか？わからん。道がわからん。やっぱループしやがった。やっぱループするか。まあそんな気がしたんだけどな。で、こいつなんか持ってねえかな。何持ってねえかまだ。多分何か持ってるよな、こいつ。はい、セーブ、オートセーブが入ったからよしと。
Salve, friend. My... Oh. All right.
で、上層シスターンってどこから行くんだ？おお、高かった。これ。いや、わかんねえよ、場所。もう覚えてねえや。どこだっけ？シスターンってのがあれだよな。センティラのいたところだよな。あの洞窟まで行きゃいいのかな。 で、まだ目標終わってねえのがいろいろあるんだよな。エクイティアに神々に助力を求める。これどうすりゃいいんだろうな。なんか、あっち？
Keep an eye out for Centilla, would you?
こいつか。
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
あ、ダメか。先にもう上層シスターに行っちゃうか。多分ボスがいるんだろうな。
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's so one and what? Whoa.
で、ここで行くのはいいんだけど、セーブ入った。上層シスターンね。これ。いやー、これ、導いてくんねえのか。はい、落ちちゃった。どこだっけな、ルート。ここか。でもこれはよくて、どっから行くんだっけこれ。シスターンのさらに上ってどこにあるんだろう。これだっけ。あ、いたいた。こっちか。邪魔。どっから行くんだっけこれ。こっちだっけ。いや、こっち出口か。邪魔。どっから行くんだっけ。こっちだっけ。ここか。あれ落ちちゃった。さらに上に行くのか。ここにセンティラがいるのはわかるんだけど、ここか。暗くて見えん。どこだっこ。で、上層シスターは見つけたけど。いや、これ自分で見つけなきゃいけねえの。どっかにギリシャの名盤があるはずなんだけど。暗い。それなんかあいつドゥリが解放された後なんかキラキラしてるとか言ってたよな。どこにあるんだろうギリシャの名盤って。これでもない。ここ開けなきゃいけねえの。うるせえな。笑ってんだか泣いてんだかどっちなんだこいつ。いや、まだ道があるな。なんか鍵足りねえな。 これどうせんの次。あいつか。
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both
こいつ、ガウレリスもうちょい急いでくんねえかな。多分まだ話しかけられねえもんな。急いでくんねえかな、こいつ。待つしかねえか。ちょっとトイレ行ってきます。すいません。
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitier.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
はい、すいません、戻りました。で、まだ終わってねえのか。で、あとギリシャの名画を見つけなきゃいけないんだよな。これはもうすぐ揃うと思うんだけど、どこにあんのか。
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius. That's your right.
Citizens, the election will proceed.
もういいか？いや、まだダメか。
Salve again, friend.
はい。ちょっと待って。
A new face. Oh my. Let's meet up. Herky, sis, and so it's a and all you. Shh. As a. I'll admit. So, but the I said it. Look, if you. It's the you'll find. However. I don't know. May.
とりあえずチョルジュージュ。ドゥリがもう知ってると思うんだけどな。あいつ。
Hello? Hello? Did you find... What was in there? I'm confused. Hannibal said it was a
なん
precious
か新しい会話の選択肢が出てきた。
It's not a treasure. Oh. All right. I trust you. Do you like it? But like, yeah. Bye bye.
あ、そうか。あれかよ。
Hello.
一回だから、めんどくせえな。やりなさなきゃなんねえのか、選挙から。しょうがねえな。もう一回選挙を起こして、で、あいつが、時間のタイムループが始まる前に取らなきゃいけねえんだ、あれ。ちょっとすいません。ね、本当にリゼロになっちゃいますけど、ちょっともうめんどくさいから俺ここで待つわ。10分ぐらいかな。何分待てばいいかな。こいつの後ろにあるこれがギリシャの名場なんだよな。
Hello. Bye bye.
だからタイムループ、時間がちょっと時間があったのは、これを取る時間があったってことか。だから申し訳ないんですけど、ちょっとお待ちください。すいません。だからこいつが牢屋を開けて、でちょっと外に出てる間にこれパクって、それでタイムループを起こしてってところか。ただこれが今んとこな、エンディング4つもあるように見えねえんだけどな。で、早く来てくんねえかな、ホラティウス。
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georges I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest.
さて、
I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Oh, thank you. You can have maybe my friend, but what was oh, maybe
でこいつが開けて、でちょっとこの時間の間にループが始まる前にアイテム回収で、これでループが始まる。
maybe nobody wants it. Maybe no one will mind if I just
でなんでループが始まったんだろう。
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
でこれでアイテムは全て揃った。でセンティウス圧縮しろ。痛いって。痛い。なんか強くなってねえかこいつは。ここに隠れて。はい来い。で何も持ってねえんだよな。これで4つの名盤全てが揃った。よしと。でガーリディウスにはいつも通りやってもらうとして。
Salve, friend. Oh, you all right? I'll go.
でだ、4つの名盤揃ったから、あとこれだ、聖なる介入。ん？エイムが？ああ。俺のエイムヘボいからな。最近ワーランダーで、ちょっとなんか、まあスコアとかなんかキル数の稼ぎ方とか覚えたんで、ちょっと今度勉強して、ちょっとエイムの練習しようかと思って、ちょっとそれ、装備するアイテム変えたんですよね。そしたら全然スコアが伸びなくなっちゃって。ちょっと待って。これ何しようとしたんだっけ？あ、これか。まずこれをはめて、どこだこれ。ここか。
How come
じゃ
you're
ないな。
allowed a weapon and I'm not?
まあ、ワーランダーの配信もそのうちするかもしれないけど、とりあえず今もういろいろやりたいゲームがあるんだよな。サンズ・オブ・ザ・フォレストもやりたいし。どこだっけ？しゃがんのまだこれ。どこだっけ？大神殿。戦闘になったら嫌だな。どこだっけ？ここか。で、戻したと。で、大神殿に入る。その前にこれまず見れねえかな。開いたけど、戦う前に、まずエクイティアス、あいつに話聞きたいんだよな。でこれまた時間かかるんだよな。
Isn't the great temple majestic?
で、とりあえず、こいつに、多分ね、これだよな。多分これじゃない。原点はいいか。聖なる介入。神々に重力を求めること。これがないと多分ボス倒せないよな。 というわけで、また待ちます。しばらく待ちます。これめんどくさいな。いや、さすがにここで逆転はないですよ。でもこれエンディング4つあるって書いてあったんだけど、とりあえず1つは見たし、で、もう1個はこれから多分見れると思うんだけど、あと2つなんでどっかにあんのかな。
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Yes, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded.
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
まだか。早くしてくんねえかな。別にこれやんなくてもよかったのかな。っていうかな、ルリを助けたっていうか、ガレディウスが政務官になったことで、なんでタイムループっていうか、黄金律破ったことになったんだろうな。なんかルールが分かってねえんだよな、今のうち。もう大丈夫か。まだダメか。失敗したかな。別にあれやんなくてもよかったんだ。早く動いてくんねえかな、こいつ。
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir. Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. How? Oh.
さてじゃあ
A new face. Oh my, let's read Herc, Sisyphus, and so it. Shh. As a. I'll admit. So, who, but first, the it look, if you. It's the, you'll have.
あれこれ一回入んないとダメかな。
May 4.
ちょっと待ってもう一回話聞こう。
Ave. Are you telling? I won't. So who? But the. It look if you. It's your. Perhaps. I'm a. May.
一回入んねえと一回入って死なないとダメなのか
How
な。
come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
死ぬってまあ決まったわけじゃねえけど一回戦わないとダメなのかな。
Citizen.
これで攻撃するしかねえのかな。っていうかまだ入ってないところとかいっぱいあるんだけど、少なくとも2箇所ぐらい、少なくとも2箇所は入ってねえんだよな俺。まあとりあえず行ってみる、入ってみるか。
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
セーブ入った。マジか、閉じ込められんのか。神の名を口にして。どれだっけ。どれ言えばいいの。ブルート元の名前だからこれかな。ダメでした。開かない。全部試さないとダメなのかな。開いた。うわー、ラストダンジョンだな。またか。全部言わなきゃダメなのか。まだ続くのかよ。なんだこれ。はあ、なんでいきなりこんな近代的になってんの。なんだこれ。なんで突然こんな近代的に。やっと会えた。誰。
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity.
戦闘じゃなくて会話か。
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
やっぱペルセポネが支えてくれてたのか。
Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river.
ああ、こいつがカロンか。
Many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your two short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture,
神は異星人だったっていうそういうストーリーか。
and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. he would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
ちょっと失礼。はい、すいません。はい、すいません。
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres.
やっぱ昔の神々というのは、昔の神々は異星人だったっていう、そういう設定か。
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here.
いや、
I
こ
had
う
them
いう
build
の
the
とは思わな
entrance
かった
as
な。
a vertical shaft leading to baths to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization,
Ah,
the
そうなんだ。
Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpina's along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of
ギルガメシュ朝辞史ね。
His words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, two kings named Sisyphus and Theseus,
すげえなこれ。よくこんなゲーム作ったな。歴史知らねえとダメだろうな。
embellished tales of this place, how to get here and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, two were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough. The entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all to make way for a new
そういう話ね。
and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for
動けないで生きたままで英語に生き続けるっていうのはまあきついんだろうな多分。
I give your kind a second chance of life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious
ありましたね、なんかどっかで。
and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? Enough. You clearly know nothing. I've always considered that the Egypt, the Greek, the Rome, it is yet. I am able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? I've seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything.
ああ、なるほど、こういうルールか。
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. The literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language.
いや、とりあえず聞きましょう、話を。
Supposing you are right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue.
おい、これしか出ない選択肢。
Do you really think you can wound
選択間違えたな。
with that primitive weapon?
私が収まる。私が収まる棺を壊して私の冠を取って。
Pathetic. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
どこにある？で一回戻らなきゃいけないのか。邪魔だ。最後なんつってた？棺と冠？固まった。帰れるか？ジップラインが使えない。使えた。もうあれですよね。ザ・ワールドですよね。だからこのタイムループはハーデスというかプルートっていうかあいつも知らないことなんだろうな。棺を探して冠を探して。会話間違えたのか。
Salve. Oh.
ヘラクレスの死ね。ああ、哲学者に助けるんだけど。これ行ってみようか。で、これもダメか。 いや、まあそうですけど。哲学者ね、あいつのとこ行かなきゃなんねえのか。どこだっけ、あそこ。棺を探して、冠を。どこだっけ。なんだっけ、シスターンだっけ。あそこの地下にいたんだっけ、あいつ、あの哲学者。
Keep an eye out for Centella, would you? How come you're allowed a weapon and I... Hey!
またお前かよ。
You're not thinking about
も
going
ういい、
into the
もういい
system,
よ。
are you? Good. Nobody? So, what? Anyway, if it was more like... I know... Well...
確かここにいたよな、あいつ。邪魔。どこだっけ、どっから行くんだっけ、あれ。こっちじゃねえか。どっから行くんだっけ、ここじゃねえな。邪魔。こっちか。違う、こっちじゃねえや。邪魔だって。邪魔だって。こっちか。いや、こっちじゃねえな。こっちじゃねえな。どこだっけ、別の場所だった気がするな。どっかの洞窟だよな。まあ、こいつはどうでもいいわ。どこだっけ、あの洞窟。やべ、全然覚えてねえわ。どこだっけ、あの洞窟。シスターンじゃなくて、どっかにあったよな、なんか降りるとこ。降りるとこってか洞窟が。どこだっけ、あの洞窟。うん。こっちだっけ。ここだったっけ。あれ違うな、こっちか。どこだったっけかな。道覚えてねえよ、もう。どっかしゃがんでいくんだっけ。か。またローマの名盤手に入れた。これじゃねえんだよな。こっち け？違うな。あれどこだっけかな。やべえ、わかんない。道わかんなくなっちゃった。哲学者がいる洞窟ってどこだっけ？ここも入れてねえんだよな。どうやって入るんだろう。こいつが動き出したタイミングで入らなきゃいけないのかな。ってことは、一回タイムループを起こさなきゃいけないのか。
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying. Livia.
いやー、これ違うな。さっきと同じとこ来ちゃってるな。どこだっけかな。ここから下？いや違うな。どこだっけ？やべえ、わかんねえや。シスターンでもなくて、なんつったっけ、カジュアだっけ、あいつがどこだっけかな、あの洞窟。ああ、もうわかんねえや。やっぱもう指示してくんねえか。指示っていうか、道案内してくんねえか。ここだっけ？ここ違うもんな。入れねえもんな。どこだっけかな。シスターンでもねえんだよな。どこにあったっけ、あの洞窟。ここだっけ？こんなとこあったっけ？あ、これ最初のとこか。ここだっけ？ここだった気がするな。 セーブ入るのでいちいち固まんのやめてくんねえかな。哲学者はだ。
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. I was indeed. Oh, that's... I assume you're asking me this. Extraordinary. I suppose first I'd want to gather information. I'd want to know about his reasons for imposing the golden rule.
これ情報集めてこないとダメか。
If I could expose some internal inconsistency in his reasoning, some degree of hypocrisy, I might be able to compel him to change his position. But as a philosopher, the saddest truth I ever learned is that all but the most enlightened opponents are more easily swayed by appeals to emotion than by reason. So the easiest path would be to find his emotional susceptibility and exploit it. If he was vain, I might try to flatter him. If he was merciful, I would try to evoke pity. As a last resort, I might figure out what he fears losing above all else, and, if I could, threaten to take it away. Though, of course, that could easily go awry. Now, go quickly while my words are still fresh in your memory.
そりゃいいんだけど、これやりたいな。で、ペルセポネが言ってた棺を見つけるとか冠を探せとかってあれなんだろうな。棺なんてあったっけ。あ、もう12時過ぎてるわ。そろそろネタバレを見てもいい時間かもしれないけど、もうちょっと頑張るか。遠藤さんとかも他に見てる方もしいたら、無理しないでいいです。寝てくださればいいと思います。棺ね。冠。ペルセポネの冠か。
A new face. You did? Wait, what? Sumerian? As in east of the Euphrates, where Babylon is? Let me see if I understand you. Our ancestors built over the Greeks' temple, copied their religion, and changed their god's name from Hades to Pluto. But the Greeks had done much the same thing to the Egyptians, and the Egyptians had done the same things to the Sumerians before them. If that's true, then I've spent my whole life serving a goddess who may well have been a copy of a copy of a copy. It's no wonder I never felt like my prayers to Vesta were answered. All that time. Who was I even talking to? Did I even know her name? I see. That is a lot to take in. I think I would like to be alone now, if you don't mind. Ave again. Did you find... Oh, let... Hug, sit, and finally, so... It's a reason, and... All you...
いや、見てくればいいじゃないですか。
As I... So, but it looks as if you... You're... As I mentioned, the problem... First, it's... If the problem... Leaving... True. Then can you... Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to... Truly... but Alright, as... In any... May... Ave again. Did...
As I. If. True. Tell. Ah, but As I'm. It is. If.
ああ、まあ。
Then it.
どうなんだろうな。
Tell. True. Ah, but Oh, you all right. It's a reason. Shh. But it's how. I'm afraid. As I'm it's if the lead true can you if she truly but may
しょうがね、もう一回タイムループするか。今できそうなもんつったらもうこれ。
Don't believe a word they tell you.
You did. But if it's
棺なぁ。とりあえずあそこに入ってみたいんだよな。どこだっけ、ここに入ってみたいんだよな。ここ何があんのかな。扉は開くみたいだから一回ループさせるか。いやいや、アジアモト出たばっかなんだからアジアモト見ましょうよ、そんな。とりあえず金盗んで、
I love your clothes.
ここでいいや、ここで金盗んでおく。はい、全部盗んだ。
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
そうっすね。で、これはいいんだけど、その前にまずこいつ動かさないと。動け。痛い、死ぬ。あいつ動かねえのかよ、こっち。動いてきた。来た。こっち来い。いけるか。あ、死んじゃった。でも、狙いは悪くなかった。あれ、タイムループを起こして、あいつを動かしちゃえば、あそこ入れるんだ。で、どっから始まる？エクイティアのとこからか。ね、とりあえずもう一回タイムループを起こして、どこでもいいからタイムループを起こして、どっか盗むもある？ねえや、もう行っちゃうか。
Don't believe a word
ひと
they
まず
tell you.
ここに行きたいにかだから、こっちじゃねえや。とりあえず一回街中走り回って、ここ盗めるもある。
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
一回ぐるっと回ってきちゃうか。あいつ動かさねえと。出てきた。でも何もねえのここ。これだけ？金があるだけ？金があるだけか、ここ。 じゃあ棺ってどこにあるんだろう。ベルセポネの冠。ベルセポネの冠なんだよな。ちょっとごめん、めんどくさいから。で、今回はする。で、なんだっけ。これ、相手に命令しちゃうと、時間かかるんだよな。あれいねえや。あれ、あの変な女、どこ行った？棺と冠なぁ。ペルセポリの冠ってどっかにあるんだろうけど。こいつどこ行ったこいつ。2階があるのか。棺なぁ。そんなもんあったか、棺なんて。帰ってきたか？帰ってきたな。
And you oh, let me sit and so it's
なんかあったんですか？
as I meant the it if the true can you tell true but I'll admit
そうですね。いやだからこのゲーム的には昔の神々っていうのはあれだったらしいです。異星人だったらしいです。でだ、あと棺か。もう一回話していくから。どこだっけあれ。ここ違うわ。日本の教えは分かんないです。とりあえず行ってみるしかねえかも。とりあえず選択肢間違いなければ多分エンディングにはたどり着けると思うんだけど。どこだっけここも入れねえのかな。ここあれか。リビアのとこか。リビアじゃねえ。いやもういやそれもう完全にネタですよね。なんかもうだいぶ結構古くなっちゃってますけど、もう今の流行りはもう薩摩ホグワーツですよ。もう薩摩がつけば何でもいいっていう、ね、とりあえずこの回になっちゃうか。めんどくせえな。結局これなのかよ。めんどくせえな。早く死んでくれ。頑張ってね。力にならない。はい、さよなら。
Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Oh, Pierce, no!
はい、それはもうよくて。棺なんてどっかにあったか？誰だっけ？フルートだっけ？フルートで。 棺な、どっかにあるか。誰だっけ、オシリスじゃなくて、メルでラです。棺な、冠な。で、オシリス。で、棺な。どっかに降りれる場所があんのか。棺な。ダメか、行って探せねえか。
Good. And now it is time for your wreck. Only it has long been within my power to see. When I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
あ、そう。まあ、プロセルピナは今言っちゃダメ。
Impossible. No mortals possess such power. Not yet, but I will learn the truth. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called golden rule?
ちょっとすいません、コーヒー入れます。で、いや、これ選択肢難しいな。いや、わかんないですけど、なんかカロンっていうのは実際出てくるんじゃなかったかな。調べれば多分ウィキとかで出てくると思いますけど、どれがいいかな。プロセルピーネ、ペルセポネの話はしない方がいいよな。どっちかだな、この2つの。まず怒らせないことだよな。これだと多分怒っちゃうよな。だけど、ちょっと待ってください。いや、クッパかどうかわかんないですけど、なんか、プルートらしいです。ちょっとすいません、お湯入れてきます。はい、すいません、失礼いたしました。で、まずこれはペルセポネの危険があるから言わない方がいいだろうし、これは多分怒らせると思うんで、で、これだろうな、多分。
And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. I admit, I have grown disturbed watching. He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. True, I have witnessed him doing that. If you're right, my involvement has corrupted the very thing I sought to observe impartially. But if I were to accept that, are you telling me these humans could coexist peacefully, without theft or violence, without my law?
これどっちだろうな。こっちか？
How so? And how is that working for you? So you say, and yet your world is still imperfect.
どっちだろうな。良くなってると思いたいんだけどな。こっちか。
You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Precipita's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
Perhaps,
but if that was so, surely I would have sensed his deception. How could I have been so blind for so long?
これかな。
Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now. And I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
どっちがいいの？こっち選ぶか。
Because doing so would violate the rules of my sacred agreement with Jupiter, and you would receive a hostile reception. The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? Farewell, mortal.
黄金日をやめさせたのはいいんだけど。いやー、これエンディングいくよな、多分。いくけど、いくつ目のエンディングだ、これ。で、またこれか。バルワース。
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Know who you are? I barely remember how I got here myself. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius. Inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared, said barely a word, and entered the temple of the mysterious god, this one here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? What? Oh, I see. For a moment there I thought you were serious. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
多分違うエンディングに行くと思うんだけど。カバンと戻る。
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Ah, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might.
これでまた同じになっちゃうのか、エンディング。
Now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I'm sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find
結局前見たのと昨日見たのと同じだな。
in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
まあ全員生還っていうエンディングになったん
That you
だけど。
died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, most souls ask yourself,
いいねが。
as you wish, you were there was
ね
that
この辺読んだもんな。いや、わかんないですけど。
It means there is nobody else. Perhaps you have heard well along my. It means there is no. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you.
Kinda lost track of time, and there was a tablet.
Sounds like quite a story. You two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
And you?
これで、なんかエンディング同じ、あれ ?1 年後こんなんあったっけ なんだこれ。エンディングが変わった。美術館？
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read about your trial in the news. Congratulations on your acquittal. Still, I'm sorry you had to go through all that. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet. And I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
いやー、美術館だな。ガレリウス。ガレリウス？なんでこいつが？なんでガレリウスがここに？
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me.
そういうエンディングか。
I want to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend. Back again? I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I...
ああ、これがグッドエンドか。ハッピーエンドがようやく。
Of course.
で、エクイティア。こいつ神官だよな、確か。神官っていうか。
So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting.
ああ、結婚して子供ができたってことか。ドゥリは結局引き取られたのか。
It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us, for all of us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
で、ドゥリか。
Hello, I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice
わかんないですけどね。
and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't know.
こういうエンドになるのか。
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now.
パソコンのことか。
Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favorite thing. Yeah, they're fun. Bye bye.
ああ、こんなんあったな。
Hi there.
ルクレティア。いや、全然別人みたいになってるじゃん。
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So, I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. Oh, she didn't make it. She died from poison while you were in the Great
これミスったな。
It was very sad. She was a good woman.
ちょっとごめん、やり直していいかな。
It wasn't your fault. Decius is to blame. He's here somewhere too. Not that anyone would talk to him. I'm not even sure how he got invited.
ごめん、ちょっとやり直していいかな。デキウス、あいつは死んじゃったのか。ちょっと待って、ちょっとロードするわ。ほんとごめんなさい。ほんとごめんなさい。もう一回やり直します。どこだっけ？こっからスタートか。ちょっと死んじゃう人が出るのちょっと悲しいんで。ここまで。これじゃねえな。どのデータだっけ？このデータじゃねえな。これかな？タイムループ終わったところで。このデータだ。で、このデータで、ガレリウスに全部助けてもらう。これでいい。で、これでよくて、で、何も残ってる？これ結局達成できなかったな。いや、本当一回エンディング見た後で本当申し訳ないんですけど、エンディングはあんまり見てないけど、ちょっとね、もうちょっとだけ時間かかります。すいません。とりあえずエクイティアにもう一回話しかけたいんだけど、ちょっと待っててくださいね。何分かかるかな？ 10 分ぐらいかかるかな、これ。
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
というわけで、ガレリウスがみんなを救うまでのちょっと時間をお待ちください。デキウスとか死んじゃったので、イオリアとか死んじゃったのがちょっと納得いかないんで、ちょっとあいつらを救ってから行きます。だってあれだもんな。まだ話せねえもんな、エクイティア。話せねえもんな。教授が終わるまで待たなきゃいけないんだよな。
Just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind.
Can't stay. Places to be. Salve, Rufius.
本当のトルエンドみたいんで、本当申し訳ないんですけど、ちょっとまだお待ちください。
My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark. to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
とりあえずこのエンドが多分一番いいエンドだから、あと他のエンディングはもうネタバレ見ながらやっていくか。早く終わんねえかな。これでガレリウスは OK じゃねえな、まだ。あいつについていくか。
Citizen.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Yulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us
ただ
after
な、
all.
あのエンディングも本当のエンディングじゃないかもしれない。結局ペルセポネも救えなかったっていうエンディングなんだろうな、あれ。だからペルセポネも救わなきゃなんねえんだけど、どうやれば救えるのか。とりあえず町の人たちを全部救うっていうのはできるけど、ペルセポネも救いたいな。
I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to. Wait. Why do you look so
We're free.
ペルセポネの冠、そんなんあったか、どっかに。持ってねえよな、俺そんな。冠とか持ってねえもんな。持ってねえもんな。どっかにあるんだろうな。本当のトゥルーエンド、ペルセポネも救うトゥルーエンドが多分どっかにあると思うんだけど、もうちょっとやってみないと無理か。この状態で一回セーブして、でそれでせっかくだからこいつにもやっとくか。
How'd you do? Hello there, friend. Malleolus. Certainly. Malleolus. Certainly. Very well.
そうか、ガレリウスがまだ立候補するって決まってねえから選択肢変わんねえんだ。俺金いくら持ってる ?1 万1000。
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again? How is... Your Sisyphus... Force... Tantal... Oh... Anyway, so... Oh... Oh, now... Oh,
で、これでよくて、こいつに聞きたいことがあって。
And you... oh, let me hug, sis, and find... So... Shh. But if you... It's... Shh. So... It's... Perhaps... As I... If the... True... Truly? Ah, but... Alright, as... In any case, may...
で、これで聖なる介入。これ聖なる介入もらせたいな、この目標も。
Whatever's in that great
誰がですか？
Hello
俺が
there,
ですか？
friend. May I say, that is a... Well... Oh well. Sent it. Yeah? Certainly. Pleasure doing... Very well.
これで完璧のはずなんだよな。
Ave again. You did. Wait, out, but if it's no... I...
終わんねえな、聖なる介入。これだ、この目標だけ終わらせたいな。
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Keep an eye out for Santero.
多分全部の目標をちゃんと終わらせないとトゥルーエンド見れないよな。こっちだっけ？
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Be careful who you trust.
下手したらもう一回ループしなきゃいけないかもしんないけど。ああ、いや多分結構同じところがぐるぐる回ってるんで、多分あんま変わんないと思います。ここで一回セーブしよう。で、プルートで、ハデスで、で、オシリスで、で、ネルバル。で、ペルセポネも救いたいんだよな。
And here you are. But the and what the first. My
この辺のは全部聞いただろう。
It is. Of course. That is me. Do you plan to? The merchant. Now tell me, what others I've seen taking that. Now tell. Ah. I just. Now tell. You speak. And you. Now tell. The mid one. The root. Now tell me, what others. Abduction. He did better than. Now tell.
で、とりあえずエンディング見ちゃうか、一応。
How did you? Impossible. In what? If you so.
と。
How so? True. He is. I. Is. But it. How so? And. You have. But that. Perhaps. But my. Who. This. But. Because the best I once what now fair
これで俺人々は戻れるんだけどペルセポネだけが救えないんだよな。棺結局これはあると話してるけど聖なる介入だけが終わんねえんだよな。これだけ終わらせたいな。ちょっと何回かやり直しさなきゃなんねえけど。
Well, know who you are for that no
この辺はもう見たからすっ飛ばす。
Anyway,
この辺はもう見たから。
I'm gonna pause here. You go on.
でこれが本当に真のエンディングっていうか真のグッドエンディングじゃねえよな多分。まだ作ってねえやつもいるし終わってねえ目標もあるし。
You're back.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can. I do that. That. As you that. Admit there. Perhaps what my. Admit there is. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al!
And there was a.
You.
Sounds.
And you.
というわけでエンディングさっきと同じとこになるんですけど多分今度イウレスだっけ全員生きてるエンディングだと思うんだけど1年後ここもさっき見たし
Hey, I read about after, so I'm. Why don't you?
でガレリウス
You're fine. It's great, even any. Oh, it's. I know. We're planning. Of course.
Oh, hello.
You're here. So I'm just. Galeri, we just. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. See.
Hello. Galerian. I live. Treasure. Yeah. Bye bye.
でこの辺は見たんで 誰のバック？オラティウスか。こいつも坊主になっちゃったのな。
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides. Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for it in the words of Epictetus. As those who rode behind remind them they are mortal. Remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions.
センティラ救っちゃうと、あっちの別のエンディング行っちゃうからな。
Not forever.
誰って返事をそうって。
Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself
ワイルドスピード知らないんですよね。
UFC.
総合格闘技 UFC。
Underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say.
ドミティウスは最後まで剣闘士だったのか。
Die by the sword. Perhaps. And you.
Hey.
センティアはいいんだけど、センティラがな、あいつ救えなかったのが悲しいな。
I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is...
センティウスはダメだったのか。センティラは救えたけど。
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld.
センティウス、
Trapped in a
黄金
metal
像にされちゃったの
shell,
か。
slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
これでいいか。
Then I suppose he got his wish. You too. See you around.
で、ユリア、やっぱり生き返ってる。よかった、こっちのエンディング見たかったんだ。
You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation. Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and
今の
write
世の
about
中、性別とか
Turns
関係ないからな。
out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I really am. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire.
マレオラ
Wound
ス
up
言っ
being
ちゃったか。
committed to a psychiatric
まあしょう
hospital.
がねえよな。
As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the
クラウ
underworld.
ディアはまあ相変わらず
After
か
the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude? Thank you. You're very kind. Ugh, someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently he'd proposed
まあ
before
そう
they'd
です
even
ね
met. And last I
まあで
heard,
も
she
しょうがないん
bought
じゃないですかね
herself a
今の時
first
代
class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it?
まあ世界が流れ的にそっち行っちゃってるから
Some people have all the
しょう
luck.
がなければしょうがないんですけどね
Well, you are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it. Huh. I feel better already. Thank you. You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
でレクレティアこいつは一緒
You are here.
あそれはきついね
It's nice to finally meet
それはきついね日本のアニメキャラが
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too, don't be a stranger.
あとは誰だジョルジウスか
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. You too, my friend.
Hello.
ファビアか
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure. I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive. Oh, it really is. You too.
でこいつ誰だっけあ哲学者かこいつも生き残ったんだな
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
寝てるな、あいつ。誰だこいつ。ああ、オクタビアか。
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber, not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him. Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
Good evening.
リビアか。普通の人になったな。
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Pearl. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you, farewell, friend.
で、こいつ誰だこいつ。
Some soiree, innit?
デキウスね。相変わらずだな、デキウス。
We meet again, old friend. Oh, there's no need to be like that. Whatever happened back then was water under the bridge. We all did things we regret. Desperate times and all that. And listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Such acerbic wit. I love it. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Daisy.
I'll take no
for an answer.
どれがいいと思う ?DVD のレンタル協会のミラーから次テレビ放送盛り上がんねやな。活字これもう大嘘ついとくか。活字媒体がもうすぐ大復活するって。もう嘘でいいや。
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight.
まあデキウスは未来どうなるかはまあ大体わかるけど。
Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Good evening.
で、あと誰が残ってる？こいつ誰だ？あ、カバシか。
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
あと誰がいる？センティラか。あ、こいつ助かったんだな、センティラ。
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. Don't worry, nobody did. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks. You too.
で、こいつがウルピウスか。
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you. You too.
で、こいつ誰？ルフィウスか。
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start, new name.
あ、これもう完全に俺の自己満足なんですよね。ゲーム最初からやった見てた人は分かると思うんだけど、みんながどうなったのかなってちょっと聞きたくて。
I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere.
スマホってことが普通に使えるんだな。
You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
で、バージルか。
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of
いや、
there.
個人的な感謝はね、
For
あんまりや
helping
めていただけ
Rufus
れば
come。to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but
こ
once
い
you
つの
get
言う愛
past
すべ
that,
きっていうのがなん
he's
か
a
ね、引っ
lovely
かかるんだ
fellow.
よな。
I'm studying to be an architect again and
建築家
living
か。
with Rufus in a beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way, If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
で、次は誰がいる？美術館だな。こんなもんあったっけ？やらないでほしいんですけどね、できれば。
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
後ろ?
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpine.
ペルセポネか。救えたんだ、ペルセポネも。よかった。
A regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person. And thank you for freeing all these people. And me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Ending 4. これがトゥルーエンドなのかな？さあ、本当の。はい、というわけで、フォーゴットンシティ、まあ、見てる方はつまらなかったかもしれないんですけど、やってる方はめちゃめちゃ面白かったです。そんなすごい謎解きとかがあったわけじゃないんですけど、なんかね、こういう風にね、いろいろ探索しながら、なんか目的に近づいていくっていうのがすごい好きなんですよね。というわけで、俺にはすごい面白いと思う。本当見てる人にっていうか、まあ、遠藤さんしか見てないかもしれないけど、見てる人には、ちょっと退屈な思い出したかもしれないですけど、ちょっと本当面白かったです。ありがとうございました。でね、次どうしようかなと思ってるんですよね。 パラノマサイトっていうゲーム買ったんですけど、それもやりたいし、サンズ・オブ・ザ・フォレストもね、ちょっとなんか、ボスが追加されたっていうんで、それももう一回やりたいなって思ってるんですよね。ラスボスが追加されたっていう、この中ボスじゃなくて、ラスボスが追加されたっていうんで、サンズ・オブ・ザ・フォレストももう一回やりたいなって思ってるし、ワーランダーもな、ワーランダーもちょっとまた配信したいなと思ってるし、ファズモフォビアもな、アップデート来たらやりたいなと思ってるんで、もうほんと、やりたいことがめちゃめちゃあるんですよね。でで、今はちょっと、レイブンハーストの動画作るので、今ちょっと忙しいっていうか、なんかちょっといろいろ迷いながら作ってるんですけど、それやってるからちょっとアジアモッドできないんだよな。アジアモッドはできねえし。で、バイオ4もな、RE4 もやってみたかったけど、あれもちょっとやってる時間ねえかなって感じなんで、どうしようかな。とりあえず明日は、まあ何やるか決めてないです。とりあえず明日はまあ、昼か、あ、そうなんだ。リゼロまだ続くんだ。まあそういうわけでね、まあまた今後もね、新しいゲームっていうか、なんかいろんなゲームやって配信して動画にしてって感じでやっていくと思います。で、とりあえずエンディングはもう一回見たから、開発者からのメッセージ。忘れた、あ、これトゥルーエンドか。また新作出たらちょっと面白そうだからな、このゲーム。はい。というわけで、ザ・フォーゴットン・シティ、忘れられた年、どうもトゥルーエンド見れたみたいです。で、あと他に2つエンディングがあるみたいだったけど、まあ、それはいいかな。ちょっと見てみるか。ちょっとカンニングしてみます。どんなエンディングなんだろう。ちょっとすいません。カンニングします。どれだろう、ウィキ。これ違うよな。エンディング。攻略じゃなくてエンディング。これかな。ああ、そうですね。明日競馬、そうか。高松宮記念か。何か買おうかな、俺も。まあ、いっか、とりあえず。まあ、いいか。とりあえず、トゥルーエンドが見れたんで、これでこのゲームは終わりにしようかと思います。とりあえず、トゥルーエンドが見れたんで、このゲームは終わりにしようと思います。で、まあ、他のエンディングはまあ多分グッドエンドじゃないと思うんで、まあ見たい方いたら多分他にね動画上がってると思うんで、そちらで見ていただけたらと思います。それでは本日はご視聴ありがとうございました。それではまた明日失礼します。